Alright, ladies and gents. I believe we're live now. We're in a bit of a Heathrow. Sorry, this is a Baltimore to Heathrow, not Heathrow to Baltimore. Let me just update that title. There we go. Now it's updated correctly. Let's see here. Hopefully stand Echo 3 is good enough for us at Baltimore. I'm going to actually turn the A350 tonight. So what kind of ATC we got going there? Ah, DC's off. And we got Potomac though. Alright, Echo, whatever. Works for me. We're in the A35 Kilo tonight. And, oh shit! Have I ever figured out the model matching? I don't think I've reset that up yet. Try to get that set up in a few moments. Aim for. Let's see here. We're gonna aim to get out of here soonish. Oh, work out the model matching once we're airborne. Taking the E350 tonight. Let's see here. V-pilot up. Connect Speedbird to Lima Juliet. Type A35 Kilo. And then go ahead and get that up in a moment. Once this thing loads. And apologies to everyone, I cannot see chat just yet. Should be able to see chat in a moment. Meantime though, we'll go ahead and get our sim brief flight plan. New flight. Speedbird to Lima Juliet, departing Baltimore, bound Heathrow, A35 Kilo. Nope. I don't know why that, but. Hey, retired BC 503. Welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 228, service now to Heathrow. Alright. Gonna get our flight plan filed in a moment. Extra because it's Heathrow. Give me an extra. I said we'll call it an extra 90 minutes. Considering. Yeah, we will call it an extra 90 minutes of extra that we need. I tend to bring in loads of extra. Hey, Robert. Good to have you in. Pre-file that on VATSIM. It's a bit of a last-minute stream. LAX, Atlanta, back to LAX in the A350. Nice. Nice. We are also flying in the A350 tonight. That flight plan is on file. Let me just go ahead and get Newsky up just so Newsky knows we're flying. And to Lima Juliet. Taking the A350 that we have on the ground at Baltimore right now. And we're going to aim to depart. Give us an extra 5 minutes or so. We'll aim to be in the air at around 10. Alright, that is in now. Alright. Now doing LAX to Midway. Nice. Alright. Just gotta remove those, and gotta remove those. Shift Charlie. And we already got our ACARS data. Oh, let me get Moby Flight up as well. So I can actually use my radio right here. Let's see here. Go ahead and get our external power on, crew supply on, batteries on, ADIRs set to nav, emergency lights armed, and if we can get some dome lights as well. I also need to reset my push to talk button. Push to talk. New button set, and let me just quickly set up the model matching after last night's attempt to try to get everything back up and running. Advanced. Where is it? All right. FMS. Here. Do any of these buttons work actually? Don't think so. Yeah, nope, none of these buttons work. Not surprised. Alright. Init. Go ahead and get that company flight plan. And for right now, I can give y'all main. Version 1.16. It has been a minute since I updated the A350, so let's see here. Looks fine to me. It's been a minute since I last updated the A350, but thank you for telling me. Alright. Inset, company flight plan, and we do have our ACARS data. Cleared to London Heathrow, route to Dublin 1 Bross, then to in the Quebec 419er to Robbinsville, then Quebec 430 to Nantucket, then Canny, the rest of that, we're on the Sierra, that's fine. Altitude flight, well, 350 squawk, what was it again? Squawk is 6554. Squawk 6554 in the box. VHF, I believe we have Potomac online. Let's quickly read into the Baltimore ATIS. Let's see if I now our information. Baltimore ATIS now 127 decimal 800. And yes, I know we can get it through CPDLC. I'm lazy today though. Oh, it would help if I were to get the VHF set up. Good. Ouch. Alright, that's information X-ray. Just verify it. 2945. I know we're in the A350 tonight. We are in the A350 tonight. And the reason we're in the A350 tonight is because we brought one. Sorry, we brought an A350 with the other, or it was last week. I think it was actually a week ago, to date. There goes the voice network. Here, Baltimore approach 119 decimal. 9 decimal 700. Last week we brought an A350 to Baltimore, and I've been told, actually no one told me, but I'd assume that people want it back at Heathrow, so that they can do it for other flights. And it's been here for about a week now, so it is time we resume it. It is time we take it back. There's the voice server back. All right, let's see here. Baltimore approach, Speedbird. Oh shit. Baltimore approach, Speedbird. 2 Lima Juliet, radio check.
Last aircraft calling.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, radio check.
Yeah, you're about 2 by 2. Can barely understand you, but I know you're there.
Alright, let's find this out. How about now for Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet? Yeah. I'm gonna blame it on him because Seb and I were working on it last night and I haven't made any changes. Alright, runway 28. On the Rupkin 1, Bros. Alright. And there goes the voice server again. Unless he just hopped offline, which he might have. Yeah. He just hopped offline, it appears. Well, at least we got some ACARs. At least we got some ACARs. Alright. Right, we gotta focus on getting this aircraft set up. Iris is going now. Alright. Take all performance. Runway 28. Sorry, sync FMS. Oh. Alright. Sync that. Compute. The altimeter is 2945, so quite low. And the voice server is having loads of issues today. 2945. I have to wonder, is Cross the Pond going to be canceled? No clue. I have it set to automatic in terms of the server. Altimeter 2045. And I think that Baltimore just hopped offline, which means monitor CTAF now 119 decimal 400. I was talking to some of the AirNott guys, and actually they don't like CTAF, and I don't fully understand why, because it could absolutely be useful, especially in the London area where you have Stansted, Gatwick, sometimes a little bit of Birmingham, you have Luton, you have all that traffic, and they're all kind of like on the same thing, you know. Oh, I know the issue. There's audio. I know the issue. With the microphone. Sorry, it's the headset that's broken. And it's not broken. Alright. 109 decimal 400 then. As it appears that they've fucked us. Well, they haven't fucked us, but whatever. Alright. we can send that performance to the FMS. What doesn't make much sense? The fact that I'm, in terms of the voice server, automatic. I wonder if it's because it's busy. I don't know. This is also like the only area in a while that, or in a significant amount of area that does not have any ATC. Alright. Cruising, our flight level is what? Wind. Go and get that wind request in set. No, you're oh, not liking CTF. Yeah, that's the thing, and it's like, now for Heathrow I understand, because Heathrow, you have a bunch of VATSIM idiots who log on at Heathrow, but still, at the same time though, a bunch of other areas, it's like, that area could really use CTF. So it might just have something to do with, it's an extra step, and you have to look it up when you're busy now. I don't know. I don't know. Well, what's our margin?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. We are delighted to have you with us today. Please take a moment to stow your carry-on items in the overhead compartments or under the seats in front of you. For your safety, larger items should be placed in the overhead
Instead of
bin,
one.
and smaller items must be securely stored.
What's our?
If you need assistance, our cabin crew is here to help. We'll be pushing back from the gate shortly, so we kindly ask that you take your seat as soon as possible and clear the aisles.
320 passengers today. 320. It's not a full flight. It's close. Go back to performance. I have new takeoff speeds to go ahead and give y'all. Alright. Let's go ahead and let's begin to get the APU up. Logo lights on. Nav on. I could use some dome lights. Forgot about those. Where is the dome lights at? Or some floodlights. There we go. There we go. Now I can see everything a little bit better. APU on. And there goes the voice server again, by the way. Alright. Destination estimated fuel on board. Really? Because I think we're going to have plenty of fuel on board. I think we're going to have plenty of fuel on board. Considering you only leave with barely anything in the center tanks. Alright. GSX. Oh, I forgot. This is the one aircraft that is weird with GSX. Ground. Prepare for pushback and departure via British Airways. Okay, the voice server is really causing issues today. That's... Let's try reconnection. Alright. See if it still has the issues in a few moments.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Good, so am I. Baltimore traffic. Oh man, I'm used to it. Used to it the wrong way. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, stand, Echo 3, push and start. Baltimore traffic. Looked up if maybe the flaps aren't set to full. Alright. Go go and get the fuel pumps on. There should be no icing conditions today because I just biked home and we were fine. Beacon lights on. And Newsky, I'd like to go ahead and start you now. Seatbelts to auto. Alright. Destination fuel on board, it is a non-issue because this says we have loads, and I would tend to
Baltimore
agree.
traffic, Southwest 385, pushing back from the ramp. Baltimore traffic.
Yeah, we have... How much fuel do we have on board? 65,000 pounds. Sorry, 65,000... Over 65,000 kilos. That is way, way, way more than enough. That is way more than enough for me. I mean, seriously, we'll get to Heathrow and we'll have... We'll get to Heathrow eventually and we'll have the equivalent of 90 minutes or so to hold. So, we should have at least an hour and a half of extra, and that's what I want. That is 100% what I would like. So, alright. Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
You're not set.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright. Ignition start. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. Oh my word, it would help if I were to get the AP bleed on. Why do checklists exist? For idiots like me. And we're going to ignore that destination estimated fuel on board warning. Hey, that's my job.
Your safety is our top priority. Please pay close attention to this important safety briefing. Fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tip into the buckle. To tighten, pull the strap, and to release, lift the top of the buckle. In case of unexpected turbulence, we'd ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated. If the cabin pressure changes, oxygen masks will automatically drop. Pull the mask toward you, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Breathe normally. Be sure to secure your own mask before assisting others. Your life vest is under or beside your seat. If instructed to use it, slip it over your head, fasten the straps, and pull them tight. Inflate by pulling the red tabs or blowing into the mouthpiece. Only inflate your vest when exiting the aircraft. There is a light and whistle for attracting attention. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft, 4 in front of the wing and 4 behind the wing. In the event of an evacuation, follow the illuminated exit signs to the nearest exit. These are being pointed out by your crew now. Please note, the closest exit may be behind you. Please take a memo revealing safety card in your seat pocket for more information.
I can confirm a good engine start.
Thank you for your attention, and we hope that you enjoy the flight.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
That-
Traffic is 4499 coming from the Shirley Pier. We're going to be taxiing runway 28 traffic.
Oh dear. Not matching. Custom rules. We will remove that for now. We'll figure out the rest of everything once we're airborne.
Unlocking gear.
Confirm good engine start. GSX is being really buggy today. Don't know why. Alright, let's do our flight controls check. First things first. Shut up. Alright, engine inspect to normal. Flight controls check. Flaps are full. In the meantime, we can go ahead can get rudder. Check the rudder. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Yeah, GSX should be getting an update here soon. Yeah, GSX should be getting an update here soon. At least according to someone I know who actually get to help out with GSX.
85, taxi into runway 28 via Echo Papa Delta. Delta 1, sorry, negative, that's wrong. So 35, taxi into runway 28 via Tango Uniform.
Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy, gonna taxi runway 28 via Juliet, Bravo, Charlie, Uniform, will line up via Uniform 1 for runway 28, Baltimore traffic. Alright, you're on move, nose to light, as I said, taxi now, wing lights on, flaps, away.
Baltimore traffic, South 4499, departing runway, departing runway 28, departing north. Temperature traffic.
Barnaby, go down. Go down. Bed. Alright, let's go ahead and arm them ground spoilers now. APU can go ahead and go off. And we try not to do that. Notice I'm not using maps. I know this airport off the top of my head. I know this airport too well. Auto brake RTO. Flaps to 2. Yeah, they are doing an update for GSX though. They're working on one. It's gonna have more features for developers though. That's probably what's taking them so long. Cabin's not ready yet. Whatever. Oh, landing lights on now. We can go ahead and get everything on now. APU bleed off.
Surplus 385, taxi in 28 via Uniform Victor. Once more traffic.
Baltimore traffic, South 4499, clear, runway 28.
Let's see here. See whoever that's it. I see whoever that is. Flaps to 2. Set. Oh, I never got RAS up. It's fine though.
Surplus 385, departing runway 28 via the turn speed departure, Baltimore traffic.
Baltimore traffic behind the departing Southwest 737, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy, gonna line up and wait behind Baltimore traffic. You got the annoying warnings.
Approaching 2-8. Approaching 2-8. On runway 28.
Alright. What about that for a beautiful sight?
Alright, Baltimore traffic, Southwest 4499, passing 8,000, final call.
Alright. Takeoff config, check. Dome lights. Lights can go ahead and get dimmed a bit more. Alright. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet Heavy, taking off runway 28 at the Dupkin 1 Bros transition departure. Baltimore traffic. Alright. Thrust is set, Manflex 53, auto thrust blue, SRS green. Airspeed alive, 60 knots, everything normal. $100 knots, everything normal. 120, everything normal. E1 and
Runway 28 terminal, call for Baltimore traffic. Right.
alright. Positive rate, gear up. Not that bad of a takeoff, was it now? The unit some flaps away. The rest of us climb. I beg your pardon? I said that twice, though. I said that twice. Wait, what? I thought I said that. Shit. Alright, Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 2 Lima, it's gonna have to make a return to the field. We're gonna enter the downwind for runway 28, Baltimore traffic. Alright, let me close that out then. And we're gonna have to do that all again. Because damn. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that all again. Because what the hell? Simbrief inter sing. Okay, well, something's broken here. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna restart that. We're gonna take care of this the proper way. Let me go ahead and tell this to do it correctly. That's annoying. That pisses me off. A35 kilo. That's annoying. So now we have to set the whole aircraft, and now we have a departure delay. Unless we want to do this tomorrow, and that pisses me off. Because it didn't say that before. The reason that we have to is because the Newsky is tracking it, and it'll zero the flight if we were to refuel midair. It would zero the flight. It's like, and it did zero the flight to be crystal clear. All right, let's try this again. All right, this time we're gonna be laser focused on getting this thing set up because okay, where's my mouse? All right, we're gonna try to get this thing set up again. We're gonna try to get this thing set up really fast. Hopefully by the time we need to push, that's ready. All right, let's see here. Load sheet, and it did everything else normal. Sim brief. Yeah. Okay, set that. Instant refuel. Yeah, we did that like, what, twice? And this thing gave out that warning, and okay. That pisses me off, because now that means init. I used insta fuel as well. I used instant fuel as well. There we go. I just did it again. It was like, this thing said it didn't work. It's like that pisses me off. Departure. Runway 28. Dupkin 1. Bross. Alright. That makes me mad. Because now I have to go through all that again. Someone sent me a message on Discord. That makes me mad. Ugh. Alright, init. Depart. Okay, that's good. Return. Okay. Fuel and load. Okay. IRS in line in 6 minutes. Hopefully, if we were to push, that won't cause any issues. Alright, passenger number 260. Alright, 320.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. We are delighted to have you with us today.
There we go. Now it's saying that's correct.
Carry-on items in the overhead compartments or under the seats in front of you. For your safety, larger items should be placed in the overhead bin and smaller items must be securely stored. If you need assistance, our cabin crew is here to help. We'll be pushing back from the gate shortly, so we kindly ask that you take your seat as soon as possible and clear the aisles.
Oh shit, that was fuck. Shit, that was a mistake. I need to restart this again. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna have to change our plans. That was a mistake.
Hello, Captain. We're ready for pushback.
I'm not. Get emergency lights armed. U6. I can't. Oh. That was a mistake. Was it now? Maybe it's not the best idea to fly over to Heathrow.
Roger, check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
No, what happened there is I was in a rush to push, and I pressed the ground power I removed the ground power without starting the AP. That's what happened. That's what happened. That was my fault. Yeah, that said, though, any builds not having the ability to get the ground power back up Not the best of ideas. Okay, 8 cars. Squawk. First off, let me tune 19400 back in. There we go. Now I got everything else running. That was my fault. That was my fault. Not annoying. 6554. 6554 in the box. Alright. So we're gonna be 20 minutes delayed. That's fine though. Nose left, tail right. That's what I get for trying to rush the process. Alright.
Welcome aboard this Airbus A350 aircraft. Your
That-
safety is our top priority.
That's saying that's correct now.
Please pay close attention to this important safety briefing. Fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tip into the hole. To tighten, pull the strap, and to release, lift the top of the buckle. In case of unexpected turbulence,
29er,
ask that you
4-5.
keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated.
Quite low, actually.
As pressure changes, oxygen masks will automatically drop. Pull the mask towards you, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Breathe normally. Be sure to secure your own mask before assisting others. Your life vest is under or beside your seat. If instructed to use it, slip it over your head.
Oh, we can't even do that right now because of that.
Inflate by pulling the red tabs, blowing into the mouthpiece. Only inflate your vest when exiting the aircraft. There is a light and whistle for attracting attention. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft, 4 in front of the wing and 4 behind the wing. In the event of an evacuation, follow the illuminated exit signs to the nearest exit.
I might. Well,
These are being pointed
IRS and
now. Please note, the closest exit may be behind you. Please take a moment to review the safety line in your seat pocket for more information. We thank you for your attention, and we hope that you enjoy the flight.
Alright. The IRS, I might. Well, I did start it. I was just been a bit of a rush to push. Alright, come on now. Yeah, I know. I know about all that. How long until our IRS are aligned? How long? I'm just making an absolute mess. Well, flying is not working for me tonight, so I'm just making a massive mess of myself. Here's what I'm gonna do. Menu. Options. I am. IRS alignment in how long? Well, this is why we fly the triple. IRS. Shut up, GSX, trying to figure this out. It's not even showing it for me, so. maybe we should do something else, because this is not working for us tonight. This is not working for us tonight. I mean, the voice server was broken. Now it's fine, by the way. Whether... I give up. Let's go. Let's try. Let's fly the triple. But let's change our plans. We'll do this tomorrow night. I mean, you cannot close the flight before takeoff. All right, let's get some. Let's knock out a few legs around the world. I don't know either. Let's not do that. Close. Let's see here. They're not too limited yet. Sorry, I'm just working out Newsky real quickly. Yeah, let's not do this though. Alright. Book flight. Free flight. Actually, let's take a look at what are our next legs for the around the world, because that's not gonna work for us. All right. Well, yeah. Well, this would be a nice little leg to knock out. We'll go back in this 772. I prefer the 772 anyway. Departure 33. So we're at Darwin. Let's take a look here. That's in radar. Yeah, that's not the best of ideas then. It's stuff like it's in situations like this where you have to make a decision. It's like, yeah, third time's gonna be a charm, but yet then it'll be like an hour delayed, and I do actually have something to do at 5 a.m. I get to help align us out with some GSX profile stuff. Alright, Australia. Darwin will be up here, and it looks like we'll have the whole place to ourselves. Let's take a look here. Departure, we'll give ourselves an extra 5 minutes on this guy. And in terms of this, I need to figure out. I need to see if there's a way to get rid of that one. Back. I don't know. Let's get back in my favorite aircraft to fly, the 772. We would fly the Phoenix, but I actually have something coming for the Phoenix. I actually have 2 things coming for the Phoenix, and so it's going to be a week or 2 before we fly the Phoenix again. Let's get on the ground at Darwin and knock out this long leg. This will hopefully be the final time we are at Darwin. Keyword being hopefully. Small. Yeah, Darwin's not really meant to have a big triple like this, but it's handled it fine a few times, so. Alright. V-Pilot. Connect. Speedbird 35 Papa. B772. Yeah, I know. Getting the flight plan thing and... Oh, yeah. Okay. And what's this first leg telling us we have to do again? Yeah. Alright, what's this first leg telling us we have to do again? To WAGG. So, you can pop it out to November. Come on now. New flight. Damn, everything's being slow today. Why is everything broken today? New flight. Speedbird 35 Papa Yankee Papa Delta November to WAGG B772. Fuel, that's fine. For fuel. Unable to connect. That might be because I'm pre-filing this new flight plan. Everything's broken today. Even frickin' SimBrief. And I'll update the stream once we're airborne. There you go. Where's the mouse at? Oh, I know where the mouse is. Alright. Give you all that view because now we get to use my FMC. Alright. All those can go ahead and go on. Let's use the greatest aircraft of all time, the 777-200ER. And let's try to not have that issue. Alright, real quickly, let's go ahead and tell vPilot to... We have a new push to talk button. Alright, and we need to be on 122.8. Alright. On the ground at Darwin. And I'll go ahead and point this in y'all's direction so we can begin to get everything up and running. From Darwin to nope, wrong one. To Indonesia, or whatever country this is. I think it is in Indonesia. Should go. I would only recommend you do that if you are able to actually not have issues. Set initial position, route request. It would help if we were to get this. Alright. Yankee Papa Delta November to WAGG. Set fuel. Sorry, set payload, select fuel, select route. 24 hours. I don't advise that. I mean, I kind of don't make the best decisions, and if you're arriving in Heathrow, I mean, Heathrow won't be looking the nicest here soon anyway. So, I mean, it'll be a Sunday midday. So, yeah, I probably would not advise Orlando to Heathrow. All right, we can go ahead and load that route. And meanwhile, what is the METAR saying? Departure. Wind 320 degrees 6. So, in terms of the runways, the QNH is 1008. on the QNH. Alright, let's see here. Departure. So, what What runway is the longest runway for Darwin? Might have if we were to get Novograph up. Import. Yeah, we get to do some around the world tonight instead. T9er, so that is the Julie 5. So, yeah, we can take T9er. T9er, the Julie 5. Alright. Route, we can activate that. Execute that. Alright, ref, we can go ahead and accept this. Alright. Level 400, cost index 15. Alright. Ref. And that'll automatically calculate for us. And we can wait on the flight directors, actually. In terms of these speeds, import weather, take runway T9er. Saying we were going to use every fucking inch of that if we were to go flaps 5. 15 then? Oh, no, it's not. Just doesn't have the margins yet. Damn, you guys. You guys really got to add the margins. Anyway, we'll go flaps 20. And then that's 128. It's 128, 129, 134. Reference speed on, good. I think we're ready for an APU. We are ready for an APU. Oh wait, we already got the APU on. In that case, I think we are ready for push. Alright, let's see here. For Darwin, 29er. So, that is push and start now. Facing east. Sorry, facing south. And 2-4. Darwin traffic speedbird 3-5 Papa Heavy. Stand 3-4 push and start. Darwin traffic. Let's see here. GSX, can you please push it back now? Come on now. Oh, the AP started now, so. But I remember that. Ground ops. Qantas. Hey, at least it told us to do that this time. Yeah, but it usually will never say that. It usually will never say that. So, at least it's doing it this time. Good, so am I. Usually it will never say that. So. I know, right? Well, At least I was smart about this.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
And we do not, or we better not have any fuel in the centers. Beacon lights on now.
Locking gear.
Shouldn't be that big of a rocket ship, but yeah, Darwin's certainly not meant for this kind of airport. So. Alright, and it is trying to. Okay, anyway, nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
I gotta figure out the brake.
Push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright. Let's try this. See, this is the proper way this time. By starting both engines at the same time, because that's not a recipe for disaster. And now you can see why this is not really meant for why this airport's not really meant for the 777, because it isn't. That we get to go on a this leg of the tour is, I think, 1,200 nautical miles, closer to that. What just happened there? What the hell just happened there? I heard that. Granted, we're not on level ground at all.
Please set parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
I can confirm a good engine start.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Not technically. Not technically. Either way, it's a GSX issue, and Newsky would never knock out that for a GSX issue. No. I mean, the tail's in the grass, but not really. Either way, I heard that. Alright, we can clear that message out the way. Get rid of this stupid headset that doesn't even work.
Unlocking gear.
Everything's broken today. It's having one of those days. You know, if I was smart, I would end the stream here and be like, I give up. But I do actually genuinely need to be up at around 5 a.m.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
And this is the way I assure myself that I will be up.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
We're gonna knock out a bunch more of these then. And we're gonna do it in the triple. Even if that means we have to do a 400 nautical mile journey in the triple. Alright, let's do our flight controls check. Let's actually get it done properly this time. First things first. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Flaps to full. Take care of the rudder. Thank you, GSX. Alright, I'm gonna get to taxi runway 29er via uniform Bravo 2 to cross the runway Bravo 1 Alpha 4. That's right. Then join Alpha line up via Alpha 6. Darwin traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, taxiing to holding point Alpha 6 for runway 29er via uniform Bravo 2 to cross at Bravo 3, to vacate at Bravo 1, then to join Alpha. And line up runway 29er via Alpha 5. Darwin traffic. Alright, been here now a few times. Let's hopefully depart Darwin for the final time. So hopefully be in Darwin for the final time. Didn't see any warning of damage, so from that push, so we should be fine. All right, what is that sim radar telling me? Well, I saw that lightning, so now it's a good time to depart. I'll show you. And I'm mucking up this taxi, though. Whatever. Whatever. Flight level 400. Darwin traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, crossing runway 29er at Bravo 2. Darwin traffic. Initial climb, ignore the SID. Climb flight level 400. Darwin should be around here. I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone, so we should be fine. Go ahead and get auto brake set to RTO. And we should have had all those on. There goes our 10, but whatever. There goes our 10 for crossing the runway. Without those lights on. Alright. Let's see here. There is a reason that you don't fly after a long, crazy day at work. Alright, let's depart out of here fast because there's a storm. APU off. So we are not wasting extra fuel. Yep, everything's looking fine. I don't see anyone. Including myself, which is interesting. There you go. There we go. There we are. We'll get the A350 back over to Heathrow tomorrow. We're not gonna do it tonight because after all those issues, let's do it the proper way. Let's get it back over tomorrow, and hopefully by tomorrow I'm home by around. Hopefully we can depart a little earlier. Yeah, I do have a bit of a drive before tomorrow's stream, but so let's do it tomorrow instead. Tonight we'll knock out more of the world tour. And then after the world tour, we're gonna really wish there was a good weather program for 2024. Default is better, but than active sky, but still needs work. I would agree. I would agree.
Traffic 4, Lima Quebec is an RN58, taxis runway 29, Delta.
Will Newsky allow us to close the flight now? There we go. Flight closed. There we go. Oh, now it's a non-issue. Flaps to 20.
Delta traffic 4, Lima Quebec crosses runway 29, Delta.
Ew. Ew. Darwin traffic, speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, lining up runway 29er. Darwin traffic. Into the departing aircraft, caution wake turbulence. We are quite heavy today. Darwin traffic.
Alpha Lima Quebec, you should be fine. We'll depart like 5 minutes after you say.
Alright, Roger.
Have a great flight.
Thank you.
And Delta traffic 4, Lima Quebec is clear of runway 29, Delta.
Alright. And Darwin traffic, speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, taking off runway 29er, the Julie 5 departure. Darwin traffic. Alright, everything appears to be done. That's not a good idea. Airspeed alive. AirNott, everything is normal. V1 and rotate. That was a little off center line now, wasn't it? Positive rate, gear up.
I have no idea how you got off the ground so fast.
It's called Toga. Alright. Darwin traffic, speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, now airborne, passing 1500, climbing now level 400. Darwin traffic. It's called Toga.
Delta traffic 4, Lima Quebec enters runway 29 via Delta intersection, Darwin.
It's called Toga, that's what it's called. I'm gonna try to get out of the storm first before we engage auto throttle. I want to get up above these clouds first. Just a straight climb. Alright, we can begin to put some flaps away. WAGG's direct to Sadar. Autopilot on now. Yeah, I wanted to get up above those clouds before we did anything. And now that we're up above the weather, now we're looking a lot better.
Common traffic falling and Quebec departs runway 290, 1,500 to the west. Going.
Yeah, it's called Toga. That's how you get airborne quickly. And then, let's see here. Direct to Julie. Final call, Darwin, traffic speed over 35 Papa Heavy, increasing our speed now. And turning direct to Julie. Darwin traffic. Turn down the volume ever so slightly. Alright. Now that we're actually properly airborne. Now we are properly airborne. Not just kind of airborne. Seb sent us something. This is probably about an hour ago now.
And Darwin traffic falling to Quebec is clear runway 29 climbing for over 160 Darwin.
Alright, standard pressure now. Seb sent us something which hopefully will help out with the banner. I'm gonna open up Discord on my display on my screen here, and actually, if it's on VATSIM Edge, then let's see here. What is my CID? What is my CID? Or what is my pilot ID? Because I have no clue what it is off the top of my head. Copy that. Let's see here. Speedbird 3-5 Papa Heavy. Alright. So, Seb sent us something, which I'm going to take a look at now. Stream. Oh, this is nice. Is there a way to, let's see here. So, this is going to hopefully replace the Volanta thing. Call sign. For right now, I'll go ahead and make it Speedbird. Call sign equals Speedbird 3-5 Papa Heavy. Let's see here. Oh my word, that works well for me. Okay, thank you, Seb, for doing this. Thank you, Seb, because that is exactly what I needed. That is precisely exactly what we needed. There we go. And then I guess we can put this down here. Thank you so much, Seb, for that. No. Thank you, Seb. And I'm serious about that. Seb, that absolute mad genius. Alright. Now, if only we could maybe track it via CID or something, but we'll take a look at it in a moment. Speedbird 35 half a heavy. Yeah. That is nice. Currently estimating current time Zulu is 3:50. So this, yeah, it's about a 3-hour flight for this one. And then we'll just continue to knock out legs until around 5 a.m. And it's currently 10:50 now. But yeah, Seb, thank you so much for that, because that's just amazing. It really is. Now the one thing I will say with it, if Seb's tuned in, which I don't know if he is, one thing I will say is, actually, let me take a look on my phone. Oh shit! Wind shear plus or minus 20 knots. Oh shit! Senator just made an announcement. Oh shit! That looks ugly. Alright, I'm gonna tune into my own stream right now just to see how it looks from the standpoint of like a mobile device. And then we're gonna update the stream files and everything. Alright. Maybe it needs to be a little bit bigger. Maybe it needs to be a tad bigger. Let's see here. I don't want it to be too big, but... Or, actually, is there a way to, like, put it down in, like, a corner or something? Let's see how that looks. Take a look at how that looks. Looking at it from my phone right now. We'll take a look at how that looks. It's a bit small. It's a bit small, but overall, I think that putting it right there works pretty well. Let me know what y'all think about that, because yeah, and then stream. Then he said he was working on like a vertical one as well. Yeah. All right, let's take a look here. I'm gonna update the stream over. I'm gonna give y'all, and let me give y'all this view, or small main. And Volanta, well, it's not Volanta anymore, but it's this. Yeah. Thank you, Seb, though, for developing that and allowing us to use it. So, Seb and I have been, well, more Seb. He has been in development of a new VATSIM program called VATSIM Edge, and he's a good channel of the member, or he's a good member of the channel. Right. Anyway, he and I have been, or sorry, he has been in development of VATSIM Edge, and this is what it looks like. Right. And essentially what it's going to be is it's going to be a one-stop place for nearly everything VATSIM, right? If you want to look up a flight for some reason, you can throw in the call sign, and it will give you all the information you need about it. Right. Now I am curious about this. Let's see here. So that's 17. Oh, that's confusing. please provide a call sign in URL. Here, let's see here. Call sign equals, and then that. Violent not online? What? If we were to, what if we were to do? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Southwest 1777. That'll get confusing. There was an engine failure, and I was watching it on Voss Aviation, and the call sign was Delta 777, and it was an A330, and it was real confusing. So it was really confusing. 1777. Yeah, I would just say Southwest 1777. 70s. Some people are complete jokers. Southwest 1777. Yeah, some people are just complete jokers. Surely they were coming from Philadelphia, though, right? Surely. So, anyway, this is VATSIMED right here, and up here the way it works is you throw in a call sign. If you wanted to throw in a CID, you can up in this little corner right here. Which you all can't see. You can throw in a VATSIM ID. Alright. And you're good. Anyway, it gives you a bunch of important stuff, right? So you can look up events through this. You can look up, you can make your flight plan via SimBrief. You can fire your flight plan through here. You can also go ahead and get your oceanic clearance through here. Right. These are all just links to all that stuff. Right. And then in terms of being able to see your flight, you can throw in a call sign. Okay. You can throw in a call sign, and it's nice because it'll give you everything about that aircraft. Right. It'll give you everything about that aircraft. It'll tell you. It'll tell you the call sign. It'll tell you the. And won't tell you the airline yet. It'll tell you what the transponder is. It'll tell you the current fates of flight. It'll tell you a departure and arrival. It'll tell you the ETA. It'll tell you the arrival time. It'll tell you the time until you get there, and the arrival time. It'll tell you the time that you actually departed from the airport. It'll tell you your cruise altitude. It'll give you the route. There are marks in the flight plan currently. The current FIR. The current active frequency. The altitude. The ground speed. It'll tell you everything. Okay, and you're not up though right now. Right, and it's really nice. Okay. It'll also give you some of your METAR stuff. But yeah, it is really. Oh, do you want to come up here? Do you want hugs? You can get up here. So, thank you to Seb for making it. Thank you, Seb, for making it for us. And now, if you were to go into this and say you wanted to go to /stream, add that in, right? And all you have to do is put in a question mark and then call sign, and throw in the call sign. So mine is Speedbird 35 Papa. And there you go. And that right there is exactly what we have down the corner. So, right. And thank you to Seb for, seriously, man. You're an absolute legend. He's also an absolute legend for helping me out yesterday in terms of trying to diagnose some issues. So, yeah. That said, I don't think we've been time en route. Don't think we've been on the network for. I don't think we've been there for that long. Don't think we've been flying for that long. Yeah, there's a few bugs here and there, but it's a single developer, and so far it's working out to be really, really useful. So, but yeah, that is a VATSIM Edge for everyone. Quite nice to have. Quite nice to have. Quite nice to have. Alright, let me just read this work message real quickly. Let's see here. Alright. Sorry, everything that works fine. So, just taking a look here at a few messages. FAA to propose new Boeing 787 airworthiness directive after uncommanded altitude changes. Oh. Alright. Well, we are airborne right now. Let me update the stream real quickly, because that needs to get done. Let's see here. This is how I make all my thumbnails, by the way. I simply use this. I simply use Google Drive. Because it's free, and it's easy for me to make a thing real quickly. Let's see here. I'm gonna fly around the world. Hey, why are you leaning your head on that? You're not supposed to lean the head on the keyboard. You get to lean the head on my arm. And on your toesies. Or on your legs. When you want my hugs. Let's see here. What are we on now in terms of the around the world? So I have no clue. Let's find out. It's not done that. Whatever. What are we on? What are we on right now? What's the most recent one? Hey! You can't have your head on that. You cannot have your head on the keyboard. I know you want to give me kisses, but you cannot have the head on the keyboard. It's buddy right here. If you have the head on the keyboard one more time, then it's going to be straight off to the bed, right? I know you don't like the bed right now. I know you don't like the bed right now. It'll be right off to the bed if you touch the keyboard again, no. I'd rather be cuddling me in bed right now. I know you'd rather me bed right now, but I have stuff to do at 5 a.m. So let's see here. Let's see here. Get to help Linus out with some geosec stuff. That's what I have to do at 5 a.m. So anyway, let's see here. We're on number 11 now. We are on number 11. Actually, not the wrong one. We are on number 11. All right. All right, let's see here. All right, this is the, so let me file download JPEG. Let me go ahead and update this real quickly. Change of plans. Upload thumbnail. Save that. There we go. There we go. Now that is dealt with appropriately. That is dealt with appropriately now. Alright, so if you were to refresh your pages now, you'll see you're now on Around the World. Alright. Let's think here. Could use some tea. There's actually still a few things I have to do. I need to copy one of the descriptions from this. Alright, and then we'll find out what our legs are for today. Yankee Papa Delta November through, let's see here, going to WAGG. Probably the coolest airport call sign or whatever. Probably the coolest one. Alright, let's take a look here. Just to say, we have 2 aircrafts right now at Baltimore, and we gotta take them both back. Well, the triple is mine. Now the A350, we get to take that back tomorrow. Alright, let me just quickly take a look at the awards around the world. So, for tonight, we're gonna, it's tough. We might try to knock out both of these really long legs. We might try to knock out both. Get to go to Illinois. Ooh. Should we knock out both? I don't know. I think we are going to, though. And then, yeah, we'll see what time we get there, but I think we should be able to. We should be able to arrive into Illinois. So that's going to be Romeo Papa Lima from WAGG. And apologies, I cannot see chat right now. Now I can. Now I can. Now I can see chat. The reason that I said I couldn't see chat earlier was because I was updating the stream description. So you're now fully branded as a that's that. And this is in the 777. Yeah, it is. All right. So for to update everything, you can now see everything. All right. Take a look at the flight before we don't. And actually, now that we have this, and I'm not away. By the way, I'm not away. I'm just gonna update this. There we go. Give you all that. Give you all that in yoke 2. I'll give you all that up here in yoke 2. In side main, and small side. So I'll go ahead and give it to y'all as well. So. Seriously, Seb, though, thank you so much for that. Truly. And let me just go ahead and send him a message. Let me send him a message real quickly. Sending to him. There we go. Sent. So, yeah. Seriously, Seb, thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's like, that is so genuinely helpful. It really is. So, alright. I think it's time for a little bit of tea. And I'm going to be right back. I need to grab some lotion real quickly. And I also need to clean up all this massive mess. This, all these cables. Actually, should be getting a few bins tomorrow for them. I get back in bed. Make it quickly. Alright. Yeah, everything's a mess in here. Get to work on that later, though. Alright. Anyway, taking a look at the flight. And that's probably me who says tuned in. Landing lights off. Runway turn off lights off. Yeah. Alright, let's see here. I keep forgetting we have the toga buttons, but I need to figure out a way to, like, link them. Let's go direct to Davik. Make that turn now. Direct Davik. And then right now our ETA for this is saying 6:26. So in about 2 hours or so. In that case, we will absolutely have enough time to get over to the next airport. Let me send Linus a message saying, just let me know when you're ready, because I'm We're just knocking out another around the world leg. Then oh. Around the world leg, then available after that. Alright. I'm tempted to go upstairs and grab a piece of pizza in a few moments. Because I am hungry as fuck. I'm gonna have some leftover pizza from last night. Let's see here. That other person who's in, that's surely gotta be me. That's because it is. Hmm. You will see. Alright, yeah. Tell you what, I'm gonna go upstairs quickly, grab a few pieces of pizza, and I'll be back in a few moments. For now, here. Off. There we go. For now, enjoy this view. Actually, enjoy that view. For right now. I am coming back now. Got some pizza here. Got some delicious Pizza Poli's pizza. Onion, tomato, pineapple, bacon, ground beef, sausage, peppers. Got all the delicious stuff on it. Got it last night, so. Alright, we are currently direct to Davik, which will be passing in about 66 miles. Then, what would the next VOR look like? We go direct to that now. Not the biggest fan of that. I'll erase that for now. Alright. We are chilling though. Give you all the battery camera. Main. There you go. And actually, now that we figured out that, I can go back there. I feel like this can get expanded ever so slightly. There you go. Yeah. We can get some tea in a moment. I'm lazy. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for a wing view, not gonna lie. In terms of our whereabouts, currently we are over Timor. Sorry, we are currently over East Timor. Bound for Indonesia. Airport is WAGG, which appears to be a relatively small airport. Oh dear. The wind currently being 190 degrees, 6 knots. Variable 180 to 250 degrees. I hope this runway is big enough. I really hope this runway is long enough. And we landed this thing the other day, so. Alright. And Linus got back to me. And we'll only be able to knock out the one leg. So, that is ETA 0626 Zulu. Alright. And that is that message sent over to Linus. Alright, let's take a look at this airport real quickly. It's an 8,000 foot runway, that's doable. I mean, it'll be auto brake 4, but that's doable. It'll be auto brake full, but completely doable. Oh yeah, we do have an ILS, and I wonder how we're gonna be able to park the thing, because it's one of those airports without a massive taxiway. Damn, Grumpy, you really made this in mind for A320s. Not heavy tail draggers like this. Damn, Grumpy. Anyway. Right now we just get to chill for a bit. Yeah, and then this will be our only leg for the night, which is fine. It's 1,000 nautical mile leg as well. So, yeah. And we should not be in the heavy triple while arriving into this airport. Okay, yes. There we go. Turning direct to MKS VOR. Whatever VOR that is. So I have no fucking clue. we'll be there in about 420 nautical miles. We are currently over East Timor. So yeah. But that for a nice view. That looks nice. Alright, I'm gonna continue to eat my pizza back with y'all in probably about 10 minutes or so. Very delicious pizza. Very, very delicious. Alright. So, Linus and I have been messaging, and we're actually going to cancel the second leg for today. Which is fine. It's a 3-hour leg anyway, so I'm knocking out another day this week. Anyway. So the stream's going to get cut short. That's fine. Our ETA for WAGG right now is 625 Zulu, estimating 15.1 in terms of fuel. So, that's fine. All that stuff is good. Maybe pilot, do you have any ATC for us? No, you do not. Annoying. Yeah, we are about halfway there. Yeah. Need a tell sub to add the CID on VATSIM Edge, and everything's useful. So, yeah, no, VATSIM Edge. I'm tempted to send this over to David. So. Wind shear escape maneuver. I've never done that, and I have no clue what that looks like. I have no clue what that looks like. Sounds bad. It sounds like one of those situations where you declare a mayday immediately after doing it, or while doing it. That sounds horrendous. Retired BC 503. What do you think about the new banner at the bottom of the screen? And then let me know what your thoughts are on it. VATSIM Edge stuff, which is a program that Seb part of Tim in the chat now a few times. He has been slowly developing over the course, probably at least since we were doing the Euro capitals. He's been developing it slowly for a while now. And this is part of it. And it is amazing. And I really like it. Toga till stable. Flaps and gear down. Thanks. Yeah. No, I'm actually gonna forward it to a few other people because it's great. I mean, anyway, the I just need to have them adjust the URL so I can put my CID in it, and I don't have to update it every single time. But yeah, no, I like it as well, and it's really nice. Gives you all the information that someone might need. Gives you the phase of flight, the ETA, progress, time and route. Yeah. I should tell them time remaining might be a little bit better, but anyway. We're going to continue to use it for a while. It's better than Volanta by shitloads, to be honest. Much better than Volanta, in my opinion. Actually, Volanta was broken the other day. It was broken ever so slightly, and it was kind of annoying, so. Not tea, just hot water, unfortunately. Second approach, manual full rudder, plus 20 VRAF, about 300 feet. That sounds like diversion territory there, mate. That does sound like diversion territory. That sounds like a territory where you would have to divert in. Get down. Get down, bud. Go down. Bed. Bed. I'm flying. He wants to lick my mouth. That's what he wants to do. Yeah, that sounds like... Now you get to try through. In conditions like that... In conditions like that, I'd divert. If I saw the METAR on there, it would be I'd give it a single go, and if I'm unable to do it in a single go, I'd get the hell out of there, because I mean usually I'm the one with making sure it's fuel. I mean, we're gonna be driving into WAGG with 15.1 for fuel, and yeah, that's Heathrow holding time type of shit right there. I mean, I can hold for quite literally 90 minutes, I want to say. Let's see here. I was the first to land, so I was the one to make the pickup for the center. Nice. Ouch. So it's not on the ATIS. Ouch. We ought to do some storm landings here soon. Actually, what's going to happen next is after the world tour, which we're going to aim to be done with it by Christmas now. Sure as hell not going to get it done by Thanksgiving. And we're not even halfway done with the world tour, that's why I say that. We've been working on it now a month. So we're going to aim to get it done by Christmas. Certainly by the end of the year, if not Christmas. But I think we'll be closer in then. But then after that, going into the new year, I think we're gonna begin to work around do some U.S. short hauls. I'm gonna aim to do some American short hauls, and we're gonna go back to doing some European short hauls because I missed those. I really missed the European short hauls. Okay. I was having a wind shear. Anyway, I figured. Yeah. Yeah, I'll, sorry, not Orlando. I see ORD and I think Orlando for some reason. It's the Chicago Chord. Yeah, if I would tend to agree with that. I would tend to agree with that. That's why you bring loads of that is why you bring loads upon loads of fuel with you. I mean, we always land well below our maximum landing weight on this channel, but we also have loads upon loads of fuel in case we do need to divert. Because if you need to divert due to a weather-related reason, sometimes you might have to go quite far out in order to make a diversion. We were arriving in Baltimore a few weeks ago, and it was stormy conditions. I didn't see any wind shear, but of course that you wouldn't find that out on the METAR, and of course ATC was offline. It was around 3 a.m. It wasn't 3 a.m. It was around 5 a.m. in the morning, and I decided that if for some reason I had a second go around, then I'd have to divert to either Boston or Charlotte, because the weather was extending way up, and actually JFK was hit by the exact same storm system, and in real life they actually had a few diversions because of that. So I mean, I was rethinking my idea for a diversion about a few days later, and then I saw that they had an Emirates A380 that decided to divert, and I was like, yeah, that was probably a good idea. So I'd rather flying is the best. Only decide our flight speed. Oh. See, we fly routes not assigned to us, aside from the Baltimore and Heathrows and Heathrow to Baltimore's. Those we came up with. Baltimore is my local airport, and then Heathrow is the airport that I hope to be my local airport in about 3 years. Not to mention, it's always arriving in Heathrow is always nice. It's always nice and fun. You get to deal with the idiots. You get to deal with idiots, and you get to deal with London sometimes, and you get to deal with close separation. So, plus real world flights between the airports. Yeah. I always. Yeah, it's the Baltimore to Heathrow routes. It's like those are for a reason. A, it's a nice route, but B, Baltimore is my local airport, and then Heathrow. My dad actually used to live basically right off the threshold, not far from Myrtle Avenue. But the official town that Heathrow's made in, or technically in, even though it's not, even though Heathrow is its own town in a way. Heathrow, or Hounslow, is where my dad used to live. Probably about 20, 30 years ago now, but still. Hounslow which is southeast of Heathrow. It's the town right off to 7 left. Technically, yeah, Heathrow is always amazing. I mean, we were arriving in Heathrow a few weeks ago. Actually, this was over a month ago. It might have been over a month ago now. It was right when New Builds released the A340, which we are going to resume flying, by the way. And I've never, ever felt the need to hold voluntarily, especially when air traffic control is online. But I was approaching Bovington, and I was looking at stuff, and the guy was telling me to descend, and I was trying to maintain speed while descending, and I couldn't do it. And so we almost passed Bovington. We almost passed that waypoint. We were like 2-3 miles till I hop on the radio when I find a chance, and like speed road 2 limit request hold at Bovington. It's like I've never felt the need to say that. I've never ever, with my, back then it was 650 hours, but we're up to 750 now. I've never ever felt the need to voluntarily hold while ATC is online, and they were like, go for it. They're like, Roger, I'll just do whatever you need. And I guess they could see that we were a little late on our descent. That was one fun arrival. That was very, very close separation as well. So, let's see the Hyatt. What do you mean by the new courtyard? Whenever I'm over there, I usually oh, wonderful. Whenever I stay over there, I usually stay at Travelodge Langley, which Langley is it's to the north of Heathrow. It's northwest of Heathrow, right off, not far from 09 left, I want to say. Yeah, 09 left. The reason that I stay at Langley is because I have family in Slough, which is like one exit over. I have family over there, and I know where I'm going now. Been over there a few times now, and I know my way around Travelodge Langley. So, it's not the best plane spotting hotel. It's cheap, it's budget, it's nice enough for me anyway. My mom didn't like it, but she can go suck it, because I liked it fine. I mean, felt comfortable. No, I say it at Travelodge Langley when I'm over there. And it's not that far away from Heathrow. Have rooms that should be used specifically for. Oh, nice. I'll have to try one of those. Hopefully they're not too crazy expensive, so they don't break the bank. Actually, I really hope they don't break the bank. Have you ever been to Myrtle Avenue, by chance? So I was there on our final morning. I was there on our final morning. Oh, it's a hotel. I get it. If you've ever been to Myrtle Avenue, right off the threshold of 27 left. We were there on our final morning, this year, in our most recent trip, and it was beautiful weather. My mom actually got a photo of me taking photos, and she got a few really good ones of me of the planes landing while I'm taking a photo, and it was Myrtle Avenue it's a nice place to be. It is a nice place to be. Now the one issue I can't figure out when we're over at Myrtle Avenue is parking, because I didn't see any signs that said you had to pay for parking. At the same time, over there, it kind of feels like you should pay for parking. It kind of feels like you should pay for parking over there. I mean, you have to pay for parking everywhere else. I mean, you have to pay for parking. We didn't have to pay for parking at the hotel, but you have to pay for parking everywhere else, and it's a bit of a mess. It is a bit of a mess at times. Delicious hot water. Myrtle Avenue is a nice place to be, and we were there on the final morning, so because we had left the hotel a little early, hadn't quite returned the car yet. Our flight wasn't until 5, which of course we got to the airport by noon. Ended up waiting for like 2 hours because, I'm not legally able to drive over there yet. Well, if I were to buy my own car, I'm legally able to do it. But if I were to rent a car, I'm not able to. I'm not able to rent a car. Yet anyway. Yeah. No, the Singapore around the world flight. It's in the 3,000 US. Nice. Nice. We're there. We couldn't really figure out what else to do. It's a beautiful morning. I look at Flight Radar 24. I look to see what runway was Heathrow using. They're using 27 left, and I'm like, yeah, I'm looking for a reason to go over there. Anyway, it's like we don't have anything to do. Let's go over there. Bit of a maze to get to, but once you get to it, it's quite easy. It's quite nice. Spent a good 45 minutes to an hour there. Then we went off to Sainsbury. Ouch. 18-hour flight. Yeah, I think the most I've done is Atlanta to Heathrow. Yeah, I think the most real world, the only flights I've been on, I think the longest I've been on is Heathrow to Dulles. Ouch. LAX to Sydney. That seems. Actually, that doesn't seem that long. 15.5. Yeah, it doesn't seem crazy to go from LAX to Sydney. Yeah, I think the longest flight I've been on real world is Heathrow to Dulles. And the only reason that we decided to come back via Dulles. Well, technically it saved us $50. But it also allowed me to fly on an A380. Yeah, on the A380 flight, which I've actually learned that they've now stopped doing A380s into Dulles for right now. Just while BA updates their A380s. Yeah, 15.5 hours. It's not that bad. I mean, it's long, but it's not insane. It's not too insane. It's not super insane. Hang on, give me 30 seconds. I'm gonna let the dog out back. Oh, you've never been on an A380? Well, my experience on the A380 was not the best experience. I mean, it was nice to fly on one. It was a very, very smooth ride. It was a very, very smooth flight. But it wasn't the best. It was not my favorite. While we were over there, we had 1, 2, 3, 4 flights. Yeah, we had 4 flights while we were over in Europe. Baltimore to Heathrow on a 777-200ER. The same route that we usually fly in. That was my favorite by far. Not only because the seating was really, really nice from BA, but it was premium, economy, or business. Well, now that BA is updating the cabins, if you were to go plain economy on BA, I mean, Dulles to Heathrow, something like that, would be fine. We did economy on Heathrow to Dulles, and it wasn't my favorite, but it wasn't too horrendous either. It wasn't too horrendous. But now that they are updating the cabins, it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, anyway, we did Baltimore to Heathrow, and then we did Paris Charles de Gaulle to Nuremberg. And that was an alright flight. I mean, yeah, probably the worst out of all of them, out of the 4. It was a packed flight. It was in one of the E175s, I want to say. It was via France IHOP or whatever. It wasn't my favorite. I mean, it was a little bumpy. Yeah. And then we did Schiphol to Heathrow because the trains suck, and because they couldn't figure out the best way to get back over to London without flying from Amsterdam. So we did Schiphol to Heathrow in an A320. No, sorry, it was an A319. And actually, then at Myrtle Avenue, I witnessed the exact same plane land. The exact same plane we were on land at Myrtle Avenue 2 days later. And that flight was quite nice. I mean, no screens in the back, that's fine. Nice little short haul. Got some stunning views of London. We got some truly stunning views of London. And then at the end of the trip, we did Heathrow back to Dulles, and had my dad pick us up from Dulles. And yeah, that flight wasn't my favorite. I mean, the Baltimore to Heathrow was quite nice, and somehow I was able to do the whole thing while sitting and doing essentially nothing. I just sat there. Didn't get any sleep. I just managed to sit there for the entire flight. And then we got our meal service. I ate that. But yeah, no, I just sat there watching the screen. And I didn't want to watch any movies for some reason. I don't know how I did it, but I just sat there for the entire flight. Enjoyed everything about that flight. And actually, I did pretty much the same for the Heathrow to Dulles. So I have no clue how I was able to do a 7-hour flight. And just sit there and do absolutely nothing aside from stare at the screen. So far, I flew on is Dubai through an airport I do not know. Yankee Romeo Mike. Don't know that airport. Sorry. Alright, we have. How long until I shop to just out of curiosity? Sorry, I'm just clicking on my FMC here. It doesn't say yet. It doesn't say we're still about an hour. Now, I don't even know what country that is. That's how bad I am. Then again, I am an idiot at times, so take that for what it's worth. I've been a true idiot at work for a few days this week. Let's see how long our top descent. It's not even on the map yet. Worry about it later. In the meantime, we get some stunning views out of the window. So, yeah. By the way, we're gonna have to cancel the other leg for the night because Linus and I are gonna. Still. Yeah, I still don't exactly know where that is. I'll look it up for you, so you don't have to tell me. Don't even know what country that is, but let's see here. I'm gonna keep my sorry. It is Victor Romeo. The Maldives. I don't even know what part of the world that is. Oh. All the way South India. Well, it's more south than India. Yeah, I can understand why that would not be great. I can understand why that would not be a great flight. Yeah, and then last year the flights were not that great either. Last year when we went, we flew on Dreamliners. Fly Dubai and had like 18 in seats. Ouch. It's Fly Dubai, one of those like budget carriers. Ouch. That sounds brutal. Now, I don't know if BA gave us the best legroom. Yeah, I get it. No, when we flew with BA this past summer, actually, I'll show you the exact seat that we got because they modeled the exact seat, and I am beyond happy that we paid ahead of time for the seats. Of course, we were all the way in the back, and I'll show you what seat I got. And I mean, it's kind of one of those seats where it's like you can put your legs out, and they won't get mad because you'll see why. It's like you're not obstructing anything. But yeah, I will show you the exact seat that we got in the Baltimore to Heathrow one. It's all the way down. It's all the way down here. But we paid ahead of time for this. and we paid I think it was I think we paid an extra $300 between the two of us for it. It was this seat right here is what we paid for, and it's really nice because you can kind of stick your legs out, and because you're not blocking anything, and because you're not in the immediate path of any kind of emergency, and because you're not in their way, you can. And that was nice. That was nice to be able to do that. So I got the aisle seat. My mom got the window seat. My mom likes window seats more than I do. I'd rather have an aisle seat, to be honest. A window seat's not bad. But yeah, it's one of those seats that they don't really care about if you were to stick your legs out, because you're not obstructing anything, and then you're also in the back of the aircraft. So, in terms of the overall audio of everything, it's like you're a little far from the engines. So, yeah, I've never flown on Southwest. I've only done BA. I've done BA. I've not been on that many real life flights though. I've only been on BA and Air France / IHOP Air or whatever that is. So I've only been up in the air on real big planes a few times throughout my life. No more than about 10, I want to say. Done BA basically for 90% of those. So if I need to go anywhere in the U.S., I'll just drive, because now you're putting miles on the car, and because I don't want to pay. I'm lazy like that. Well, no, I'm not lazy like that, but in the U.S., it's if I want to go anywhere, I'll just fly, because I'll just drive, because everything in the U.S. is far enough away where you'd have to figure out how to rent a car once you're there. So, I'm not that old. I just told you I can't rent a car in the UK yet. I actually can't rent a car anywhere yet. At least not to my knowledge. In the UK, the age I think is 21. In the US, I think it's 21 as well. 2.5 more years before I can do that. Old enough to drink in the UK. I figure. Well, if I'm being honest, and I'm gonna make some really dark comments here, I don't think I'm gonna make it to 50. To be honest, I can see pretty far into the future. I think. I can kind of see a future in a decade. I can kind of see a future in 2 decades. I can't really see humanity surviving beyond about 2050 though. And so, to be honest, I really just don't think I'm going to make it to be retired. I think the AI overlords are going to come for us, or World War III will break out or something. Anyway, we'll see if my prediction holds true. But if I'm being honest, I don't really see myself making it to the age of 50. I mean, to be honest, I barely see us making it through 2045, to be honest. Anyway, enough dark comments for now. Hopefully by then I can become an airline pilot. Though I've not even scheduled that medical examination yet. So, for right now, I'm working at a shitty mall place. Actually, not a shitty mall place. Working at a decent, well-meaning mall food place. Works for now. Works for now. Works until I get over to the UK. I've heard of Skynet. I have not seen a Terminator movie yet. I've been meaning to watch one of those for a while. I've not seen a Terminator movie yet, but I've heard of Skynet, though I don't really know what it is. Actually, yeah, I've not heard of. United's CBT website is Skynet. It was developed before Terminator movie. Interesting. That's what I do. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I don't have a love for old technology. I actually don't know if you can see it. Right behind me, I have a Macintosh. It's not the original one. It's not from 1985. It's from the early 90s. But I put in new hardware. Oh, please training. Yeah. Anyway, I put in fresh hardware in the Macintosh behind me. And now it is a full-fledged Windows PC. And it still works. Tested it out about 3-4 weeks ago, and I might do a second version, to be honest. Kind of considering doing a second version because I'm not thrilled with the way that some of the internals are mounted on this thing, but I mean, it's nice. The hardest part about it was finding the screen, and I think I got really lucky. Well, I don't think I got really lucky. I did get really lucky. I found a screen that fits basically perfectly. Had to 3D print everything in here. And in terms of the USBs, I don't know if you can see it, but it just stuck out some USBs via the floppy disk inside. Or is it the old floppy disk part, but yeah. Now, the functionality on this is very, very limited, because the only port that's out the back is the power port. So you literally get 2 USBs and a power. So I'm kind of considering maybe taking more advantage of the tech part in the channel name at some point. Don't know though. Recently, kind of feels like I've been moving back towards the old channel name of Ryan MSFS. Back when I decided to quit Minecraft entirely, and then slowly resume to it on long hauls. Yep. Actually, I got a notification from someone today from a Squarespace. It wasn't today; it was the other day, saying that the old MCFS web address is gonna, or domain is gonna renew, and I don't know if I'm gonna renew it. Still need to figure out if I'm going to do that. I don't know for certain. The longest one might have been Dublin to Detroit, to be honest. It might have been Dublin to Detroit. Now it's for across the pond. It was either that one or we've done Atlanta to Heathrow before. Though I think it was Dublin to Detroit, if I'm being honest. I think it was Dublin to Detroit, and that was for across the pond. Which, to be honest, with the voice server issues going on, I still don't think it's gonna, or I still don't know if it's gonna return here soon. I still have a bit of a hard time believing that it's gonna actually return in the first quarter of this year, or sorry, in the first quarter of next year. That said, though, we're above 750 hours now on VATSIM. So I kind of had this weird goal to get to 1,000 by the end of the year, and I don't know how much we're going to be able to do that, but I think we're going to get to 900 by the end of the year, to be honest. Imagine spending 1/10 the entire year on VATSIM. That auto drive my dad crazy. that auto drive someone literally lunatic. Though my hours are gonna get cut here soon. We are approaching busy time. Actually, we're in busy time now. New York. Oh my. Newark to Singapore to Newark. Eastbound 18 hours each way. Oh my word, that hurts. No ATC or supervisor ping. Ouch. That's brutal. That's brutal. Going both ways without an ATC. Ouch. Ouch. I've been contacted by a supervisor a few times. One of them was for back when I was a true idiot and didn't know how to fly the Airbus. The other, and so I squawked to 7700, not realizing that was against the rules, even though from my understanding. Yeah. From my understanding, it's... Yeah, from my understanding, though, it's like... I thought it was for 7,500. That's what was going in my head. Anyway. They contacted me about that. And then I've been contacted about other people's behavior since then as well. You weren't here for the Gatwick incident on the... Yeah, but I thought it was hijacking that was never allowed, though. I thought it was hijacking that was never allowed. So... But, I mean, I know now not to do that, so... Yeah, but we were also under Unicom, so... Yeah, anyway, then the most recent time I was contacted by a supervisor was flying from Brussels to Gatwick, and it was not my fault. But essentially, we had really poor separation, and then this complete idiot, right behind me, decided that separation was not important, and quite literally at about 300 feet off the runway, this guy decided to overtake me, and that is a short on the channel. You can go back. You can go and look at it. You can go look at it. It's from about 3 or 4 months ago now. Anyway, it was Brussels to Gatwick, and it was the final leg for the Euro capitals, and then in the exact same thing that we're in right now, actually. Yeah, and the insane part was that Tower was online as well. And the Tower was like, "What are you gonna do about this situation?" Anyway, it caused me to do a go around, and then because I had been so slow due to separation reasons before then, in the go around, I had realized, oh shit, we are really low on fuel. We have barely 7 tons left. And I got the warning saying insufficient fuel. And so, because of that, I had to declare a Mayday fuel in that go around, which meant that I had to land at Gatwick. I did not have the fuel to get to Heathrow. It takes about a ton just to taxi out. But yeah, and unfortunately we were flying on Newsky, and I didn't want it to be a bummer, but I mean, we kind of floated that landing, and so we kind of floated that landing. That landing was a bit of a long landing, even though I think it said it was fine. I think Newsky said it was fine. But anyway, it's like, could have used that fuel for that go around. Instead, I had to do the fuel for the other go around. But anyway, the supervisor hopped on and asked me one basic question of, did this plane cause me to have to do a go around? And I immediately answered, yes. Yes, he did. And because of it, I am now Mayday fuel. And it was annoying because I this is gearing up to be a perfect landing, perfect way to end the Euro Capitals. And some idiot had to muck it up. So infuriating as well. Anyway, we did get on the ground at Gatwick. We finished up the Euro Capitals. A few days later, I decided to redo that flight. Redo that leg into Gatwick just to get like a proper, true, good, decent ending to it. And that went much better. But of course, we did that at night and not during the day. So yeah, that was the most recent time that I was contacted by a supervisor. I had to do a wallopy a while back. I didn't think. I'm afraid. I don't know if people. I doubt it. I've never heard of anyone on VATSIM on an Xbox. Never heard of anyone on VATSIM on an Xbox. No, Xbox is essentially a no-go for me now. Not to mention, I actually have an old Xbox One S upstairs, and the last time I used it was quite literally, like, a year and a half ago. It's kind of useless right now. With the Xbox Series X out, you can run if you can run it through their. Oh, nice. If they can run it through their CPU. Yeah, but then what about the Phoenix? They brought it through. Yeah. 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 But my other issue with the Flight Sim on Xbox is, okay, what about, you got all that, but what about all the decent freeware scenery? What about GSX? What about the Phoenix? What about all that stuff? All the stuff that I can't live without. So it's like, for that reason, Xbox is just not a probable thing for me. All right. What time is it due now? We should probably begin a bit of the descent briefing. Yeah, now's a good time to do our descent briefing. Alright, so for WAGG, well, first off, what is the... Yeah, oh, PMDG is through this door, but don't know about Phoenix. Alright, let's take a look here at our descent. We get to go... We get to redo RNAV or an ILS. Kind of want to do RNAV, though an ILS is more precise. Well, actually, yeah. Get RNAV or ILS. Which should we do? Well, maybe the visibility will help be a factor. Arrival. Oh shit! This one, another one of those. All right, let me just try to find it real quick on my phone. Let me try to find the METAR. Oh shit. WAGG METAR. METAR station used is 163 kilometers away from the airport. Oh dear. It's way-o. That's not that bad. I mean, could be better, but Not horrendous. Alright. The wind, it's VFR conditions, the wind 210 degrees, 8 knots. Yeah, it's like that's the reason. That's like I kind of can't live without the Phoenix now. Right, anyway, the wind is 210 degrees, 8 knots. So, and then there's some scattered clouds. Visibility is fine. So, let me give y'all Yoke 2 maybe? Yeah, I'll go Yoke 2. Should we go RNAV or ILS? I think we'll go ILS just for today. It's been a minute since we last did an ILS approach, aside from into Heathrow. All right, we have the first off, we'll be direct anyway. Kind of. What is this arrival? Okay, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. Not even gonna try to pronounce any of that. I'll just say Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic. Alright, Bravo Delta Mike. We are on the Bravo Delta Mike 1 Bravo arrival. Alright. Bravo Delta Mike 1 Bravo. ILS 34. DBEP transition. Let's execute that. There's a cheat sheet on how to pronounce. I know. It is the transition name and the letters at the end. So, right. So we're. I know. I understand. So whenever we're at Heathrow, or whenever we're departing Heathrow, usually we're on the Compton 3 Golf or whatever. Or Campton 3 Golf, my bad. And we fly out like this. So anyway, once you understand the cheat sheet for Heathrow, you kind of know it for like the rest of the world, with a few exceptions. So anyway, that in terms of this. Oh great, that doesn't give us any altitudes. Ouch. In terms of the ILS, we want to intercept the ILS at DPEP at an altitude of 3,500. The runway elevation is about even, so we're fine. In terms of the BARO, we get to set that at 380 feet. Nice and easy to set. And here's the benefit of a Boeing and not an Airbus. The QNH, according to my source, QNH is 1010. 10-10 on the QNH. Now that I have that in, now it's just a single button press when we need to. Actually, we're going to go ahead and begin our descent in a moment. I flew out yesterday and today, but couldn't figure out how to Campton. I get it. Okay. Yeah. Heathrow. I don't know all the arrivals for Heathrow. Even after flying in and out of Heathrow pretty much once every week for like the past year or so. Alright. Get down to altitude 10,000 then. And what is the airport transition level at? 11,000? Sorry, 130. Whiskey Alpha. Sorry. Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic. Speed Bird 35 Papa Heavy gonna begin descent now. Flight level 100. expecting the ILS runway 34 traffic. Yeah, just be on the lookout. I mean, talking to me is not the most important thing in the world. TA, not meters. Well, we still use flight level everywhere. I use imperial in terms of distance, but then I go back over to metric when it comes to payloads and fuels. Don't ask me why. And actually, I'm the one American who actually decides. Oh, 13,000. That's what it says. So we're gonna assume it's level 130. I'm the one American who uses Celsius and not Fahrenheit in terms of the temperatures. I'm the one American who does that. Alright. In terms of this arrival, this is only an 8,000 foot runway, which means we have precisely 0 room for error. This airport that we're landing at is definitely not meant for heavy 777. Auto brake 4 then. Auto brake is 4. And just the challenging part to keep our speed up. Keep our speed up during our descent. Alright, that needs to get moved more like that. I'm the one American who uses Celsius for everything. Oh, you want the temperature outside? Oh, I'll give it to you in centigrade, not... I'll give it to you in Celsius, not Fahrenheit. And it freaking confuses everyone. It confuses the living shit out of everyone. But as a result of me switching about 4 years ago now, I now understand the rest of the world language. See, it's true. It's fair. It's in aviation. Yeah. Yeah, I always use Celsius everywhere. So people want to know what's the temperature outside. I'll be like, okay, it's currently 11 degrees Celsius outside. Now go stand out there for your fucking self, or go translate it somewhere else because I don't know Fahrenheit anymore. And I'm serious about that. It's like I really don't know Fahrenheit anymore. Ever since I switched, I can't. I mean, I kind of know Fahrenheit, but it's like, what temperature is it in this room? Well, it feels about 17 degrees. It feels about 17 degrees, right? It's like, I don't use Fahrenheit anymore, so it's like, why would I know it very well? Feels about 17, 18 degrees in here. Nothing too terrible. I mean, a little chilly, but nothing horrendous. Rather, right outside right now, it's probably like 10, 11 Celsius. It's like, people, and then I tell people, oh, it's 11 degrees outside. And they're like, is it really 11 degrees outside? It's like, no, it's not 11 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 11 degrees Celsius. And I get to bike home in that. It's like, go learn the thing that the rest of the world uses. So, actually, there's an easier way to do this. Just keep our speed up. You know, it confuses a lot of people, though. It confuses a lot of people. Alright, that can get pushed back all the way over there. Alright, once we land, get to go on a bit of a chat with Linus to help Linus figure out. I'll get to help Linus figure out. Of course, I know the conversion. I know the conversion because I get to give it to everyone. Because there was once a time when I had to figure out the conversions. It's 9 over 5 plus 32. So it's like, I know that, but a lot of people don't. It's like I would like to see a day, but I don't think it's gonna happen, where the U.S. switches over to the metric system, and that's not gonna happen. But I'd love to see the day when that happens, because literally the rest of the world uses it. Though, to be honest, I kind of see the rest of the world switching over to Imperial before the U.S. switches over to metric. I know it will not. I kind of see the rest of the world switching over to Imperial before the U.S. switches over to metric. So I know, right? So stupid. It's like, why? It's like, this is one of the bigger reasons that I'm gonna move at some point in the next 3 or 4 years, over to the UK. It's like we have this idea in our head that we have to be different than everyone else. And that just because something works over in the UK or over in France, it immediately means that it's not gonna work here. It's like, no, that's not what that means. What it means is that maybe we should try it, and if it doesn't work out, then okay, we'll try something else. But one of those things that piss me off about Americans, and there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of things that piss me off about Americans. Right, we need to pick up our rate of descent a little bit. The world wanted it to be different. They wanted it to be different than a good of England. Yeah, I know. And in fairness, we kind of got what we wanted. So, but then again, I can't always say anything because I'm more British than I am American. So, actually, basically, my entire family is over from Britain. So. And it's like truly from England as well. I mean, some of my mom's side is Irish, but for the most part, everyone is British. So, and I have a nice British passport, locked safe, not in the across the room. So, at least I can go and move off to the UK, and I don't have any restrictions on that at all. Come on, idiot. Try to keep our speed up. Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic. Speedbird. 35 Papa. Tinning speed. 330 knots till passing below flight level 100. Where we will reduce to 250 knots. Expecting ILS approach into runway 34. Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic. Okay, I'm gonna prove to everyone how big of an idiot I am at times, but I actually don't know very much about the metric system in terms of volume. I know gallon a little bit, just because gallon of milk, which I get quite often. I know milliliters, but outside of that, when it comes to baking and shit, I am clueless. I really am, so. Yeah, that's not the best views, to be honest. Alright, go ahead and find out what our final approach speed is going to be. 30. So, our final approach speed is going to be 136 knots. 136 knots will be your final approach speed. As of right now, anyway. Which, to be honest, probably not going to get another METAR report. Nah, that's not the best of views either. So, 1 gallon equals 3.78 liters. Thanks for that. Let's see here. Take a look at that sim radar. Looks like we are cleared all the way to Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf, which I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. And by the way, once we get there, we're gonna have a bit of a parking issue. Once we get there, we're gonna have to probably take Delta or Charlie, or Charlie Gates, but whatever. Flying in a heavy in and out of airports that are not really meant to accommodate heavies. We were flying. David and I were flying in and out of Bristol a few weeks back, and I thought about switching over to the 777 at Bristol. And it was like, that's not gonna work out very well. And I didn't realize Bristol was a 7,500 foot runway. So, and then he said that someone he knew said that the biggest that they've seen there is the Dreamliner. So, it's like, it's not great now, is it? Panorug Airport. That is a Tajik, or I don't know. I'm just gonna say the letters because I don't know. I really don't know. Panorung. I'm just gonna say the airport, or I'm just gonna say the letters because I have no frickin' clue. I have no fucking clue. And this airport's not meant for a heavy 777, let alone a Speedbird to arrive in there. A Speedbird, not even from Heathrow, by the way, from Darwin, from Australia. If anything, we should be Qantas. But so far, the only call signs I've used on VATSIM, and I don't know how this is, have been Speedbird and Shuttle. So we're going to continue that for the rest of the year. Going into the new year, we'll add the AirNott call sign. Right now, people get to see that stuff doesn't make sense at times. That's what people get to see for now. So, anyway, people get to suck it up and whatever. I mean, we must truly be looking like a VATSIM idiot today because we couldn't depart out of Baltimore correctly. We couldn't get airborne correctly. I mean, the only time in which we actually looked like a true decent VATSIM non-idiot was on our taxi at Baltimore, and yeah, I'm just gonna say the letters. So. And then we got airborne. I immediately disconnected because realized the fuel situation. The only time I think today that we've not looked like an absolute VATSIM idiot has been on the taxi for Baltimore and on the lineup for Baltimore. The only time we didn't look like an absolute VATSIM idiot today. So, we surely ought to look like a massive one right now. I mean, we're going auto brake 4. Fortunately, this thing's gonna have some time to sit. It'll have 48 hours to sit properly. So. Oh, you weren't here with that landing in that storm. It's up on the channel. It's in a short. And Grumpy was watching as well. Yeah. He gave me a freaking phone number to call. Oh, that was horrendous. That was one of those let's get the triple on the ground moments. Oh, you should have seen that landing. It is in a short. I recommend you go watch it, and I have it labeled as breaking news. Idiot lands planet Baltimore for a reason. And of course, it was in a 777. It was in the exact 777 as well. So, all right. For right now, we'll do 11,000. Then we'll decelerate. Landing lights on in the meantime. Yeah. If you've seen David Knott's Brussels, it was worse than Brussels. It was a true storm landing, and the winds were all over the place, and we were all over the place on that approach, because for some reason the plane decided to turn final. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Very, very annoying, and I haven't figured out the rule that keeps doing that. And you should have seen that landing. That was something. That was something. But then we did make up for it. It was last night. No, it wasn't last night. It was the other night. We made up for that landing. We've made up for it a few times now. I mean, yeah, but anyway, it's like we left marks in the grass. We left a crater on that runway. We left marks in the grass. That was so bad. I mean, it should have been a go around, but it was like one of those. It's like it's already 5 a.m. and it's like, yeah, let's get this thing on the ground. Usually I'm in bed around 6. It's like I get to work in the afternoons, so which means now is a good time to do all the flights and stuff at night. That was like one of those let's get this thing on the ground moments, because I don't want to divert. But if we were in that second go around, then it would have absolutely been diversion territory. And I found out the next day that it absolutely was diversion territory, because you had Emirates A380s that were supposed to land at JFK, which were under the same swarm system that we were under, and they decided to divert to Boston. So, well, it wasn't just that it was minus. I want to say it was minus. Actually, let me look at it. Newsky ought to have it. It was in October. 22 Bravo was this one. Yeah, I think it was. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was. Here it is. 584 feet per minute. So it was 584 feet per minute. We were off center line, 12 meters off center line, which is insane. We were somehow short, even though I thought we were fine. And it was hard. But then last night, or it wasn't last night, but it was the other night, we made up for it because we got this gorgeous landing. 341 feet per minute, which is firm, but it's not too firm. We got that beautiful landing with the beautiful 10, which I already know that this one's not going to be a 10, but whatever. Actually, we've gotten a few 10s recently. We have gotten a few 10s recently. Got one arriving into Sydney. Yeah, we got one arriving into Sydney. We got one arriving into Schiphol with David Knott. With David. So here we got a 10 arriving into Birmingham. We've gotten a few 10s recently, so. Oh dear. I think they were. Ouch. 30 degrees off. Ouch. We need to pick up our descent. Down to now to 3,500. Whiskey Alpha Golf traffic speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, descending now down to an altitude of 3,500 feet till established on the ILS runway 34 localizer. Once established, we descend. Whiskey Alpha Golf traffic. Full speed brake. You know, I need someone to make like a little FCU cube, but for the Boeings. I need someone to make a little FCU cube, but for the Boeings, I can put right here. The issue with that, though, is, of course, that it's not exact. Yeah, whatever. It has to be. It has to kind of be big because the Boeings have all the big settings. Actually, I think Windwing makes one. But speaking of Windwing, I have an MCDU, and one of these days on stream, we're gonna design a hot swappable mount for this guy. I have an MCDU that gets to that's arriving. When does that thing arrive? Where's my phone at? Where did I put my phone at? I'm an idiot. Here it is. Here it is. Let's see. When does that Windwing MCDU arrive? Probably tomorrow, to be honest. Wednesday. Though it's at South Jersey, so probably Monday if I had to guess. So of course you don't get mail on whenever. We can reduce our rate of descent and down to now 3,500 feet. Yeah, it's in South Jersey right now, so it's not that far away. Theoretically, I could go pick it up if I wanted to. I'm not gonna do that though. Cabin, thank you for being ready so early. And anyway, we're gonna have to make a hot swappable mount because I do like the location of this. And then the other thing I bought recently. Oh, yeah, that doesn't look that good because it doesn't look as good as they thought it would be. But anyway, then we have another thing that arrives on Thursday, and that is a receipt printer for ACARS messages. And that arrives on Thursday. And I'm looking forward to that. Direct depep. And I don't know I don't know where that thing's gonna go. To be honest, I've kind of had a bit of an idea to come over here and like create like a whole little thing once I get my new Windwing throttles. Create a whole little thing over here. Though I don't know. I really don't know. Hopefully I should get the Windwing throttles in about a month or so. Gonna swap out these Thrustmaster TCAs for a proper Windwing throttle. And we'll be able to do the speed brake properly. The only thing I'll have to figure out is the flaps for the Boeing, which I think we're going to assign a custom curve to it. So, I think that's going to be the plan. Right now, this. Oh, that works. Go ahead and slow rate of descent ever so slightly. Yeah, then I think I'm gonna build like a little pedestal and everything over here. Once the Windwing throttles arrive, and I might, who knows, I might decide to move one, if not both of these FMCs over there. but I kind of like where this FMC is right now, to be honest. Kind of like where it is. Then again, it is on the wrong side, so. And then in terms of the camera, I need to figure out, camera mechanism. I kind of want to mount it from the ceiling in a way. Maybe move it a little over there. Don't really know yet, but I mean over here, putting it over here would be perfect, aside from the massive mess that's always over there. So don't know yet. Stuff to worry about in a month once the WinWing throttles arrive. Alright, let's take a look here. We are quite fast right now, that's fine. We are estimating with how much fuel on board? 15.5 Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf. 15.5 in terms of fuel. So. Alright. And then going back over here, in case of go around, it is up to altitude 1,500 feet. Turn right, intercept the Papa Kilo Yankee VOR, and then proceed direct to Tibet for holding or as instructed by ATC. Noted. And the hold is going to be right-hand turns. 1 minute legs. Noted. Noted. Alright, speed now 220 knots. We're going to ski Alpha Golf Golf traffic, speed bird 3-5 Papa Heavy. It's about 20 miles from turning final for now, runway 34. Approach. Slowing speed now at 22 0 knots. Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic. Watch us get ATC. Watch us get ATC. We actually haven't had that much ATC online for most of these around the world tours. I mean, we had Sydney briefly right after we pushed, and then we also had Auckland, and then we also had. Did we have Darwin the other day? I don't think we had. I don't think we did have Darwin the other day. No, we didn't have Darwin the other day. But I think that's about it in terms of all the ATC we've had. Yeah, I think that's about it, to be honest. So, whatever. What is anyone going to do about it? Alright, this landing is going to be interesting because we only have an 8,000 foot runway to deal with. It is going to be one of those, we get down and we go full braking. That's what it's going to be like today. Why Grumpy had to put this airport on this? I don't know. He's put a few really, really weird ones on. Alright. Slower speed now, 180 knots. I do believe it's a 10 mile final. Appears. Oh, yeah, it appears to be about 10 mile final. So we ought to be fine. Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy. Slowing speed now 180 knots. Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic. American lands at 777 at Maui and it. Oh! Interesting. Interesting. 2,800 feet. We have 8,000 feet here. And, yeah, we should be fine, but, man. Then we get to worry about the other factor. Interesting. They do that in a fucking 777. It's fair. It's fair enough to do though. Go and do more flaps. The alternate airport is, I have no fucking clue is the answer. The alternate is WAD, Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta. So, Bali. And we have been to Bali once, I believe. And that is like halfway in the opposite direction. So, we're estimating 15.4 in terms of fuel. Sorry. Airport altitude, it's about ground level. 39 feet is what I believe it is. Yeah, 39 feet. So, all right. See here, and if I'm not mistaken, that no, that's not it. It's not right there. Thought it was. So, the altitude is for the runway is 39 feet. Threshold, of course, aiming to pass the threshold at 50 feet. So, and then the alternate is WAD, which is about halfway in the other direction. So we better hope we don't have to divert, or else it might turn out very, very bad for all the passengers and ourselves and the Newsky and AirNott Discord. And we are really close to being a profitable airline on Newsky. We are really close. So I don't know. We are close though. Alright, flaps 15 now. As we turn final, we can slow speed 160 knots until most likely 40. I mean, go under Heathrow's rules. Arriving in here, speed 160 knots until 40. I mean. Not a bad view, is it? Whiskey Alpha Golf traffic, speed road at 3 flap Hoppa heavy, turning final now for runway 34. Whiskey Alpha Golf traffic. And Whiskey Alpha Golf traffic, speed bird at 3.5 Hoppa heavy, gonna slow speed now 160 knots until 40. I mean. Whiskey Alpha Golf traffic. Alright, volume up. Volume can go a little up. Slower speed now, 160 knots until 40. Me. They got a bit of a nice long final though. We can go more flaps now. Flaps 20. And go ahead and get the gear down in a moment. I'm gonna actually gear down now. Alright, what are the winds again? The winds are crosswindy. But then again, the closest airport is going to be quite far out. So, what are the winds again? Oh, we should be taking 16. Oh, whatever. The wind is 220 degrees, 1 knots. So, yeah, we should be. Wind already turned those guys on. Turn those guys on at 10,000. Or around 10,000. Though half the time I kind of forget them. So. Alright, flaps full now. Alright, we should be doing 3-4. Sorry, we should be doing 1-6, but whatever. Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy is a about 7.5 mile final now. Sorry, we'll make that 7 mile final now for runway 34 Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic. And I do believe we have the airfield in sight, but I cannot say that definitively. And it looks like I might have to take manual control of this a little early on. This looks off by a fair amount as well. I think I see the runway. Final call, Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy, reducing final approach speed now. Final call, Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic. Now we're fine. I see it now. I see it. Alright. Flaps are full. Check. Gear is down. Yes. Reducing to our final approach speed. Everything looks stable enough for now to pass through 1,000 feet. Landing lights are on. Runway turnoff lights are on. Auto brake is 4. Everything looking fine for right now. Oh, speed brake. Thanks for calling me out on that one. Alright. 5, 4.
Approaching. 3, 4.
Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls.
500.
Feeling a little low, not gonna lie.
400.
Feeling like we're only just barely missing the trees.
Approaching minimums.
Continue approach.
300.
Stable approach. Runway is in sight.
Minimums.
Continue.
Sink rate.
Fine.
Sink rate. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Firm. 451 feet per minute. Definitely very firm. But, whatever. What's anyone gonna do about it?
4,000 feet remaining.
Auto brake has done its job in a spectacular feat.
3,000 feet remaining.
I mean, that was hard, but that was on center line. So, alright, time to back taxi a little. Guess this is a heavy, not meant to land in a heavy, or in a very lightweight airport. Alright. Oh, we're not gonna we're not gonna get a 10 anyway, so what's the point? Alright. And I wanted to send me a message. Hey, Seb. You're in this late? Well, we're actually too bad. I am going to work out some GSX issues with Linus. In a few moments. We just landed. Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy is turning around on runway 16 to back taxi runway 16. Vacate at Delta. Whiskey Alpha Golf Golf traffic. Alright. This is when you know this airport's not meant to handle this. It's when you know it. When in the back taxi you go off the runway. Turning around in the back taxi. Yes, Seb, that thing's amazing. Seb, that thing is amazing. Thank you so much for that. I'm serious about that. Thank you so much. That is genuinely quite useful. Now, if you're able to make it so you are tracking the CID, and so you don't have to change every time I do a new flight, that would be ideal. But thank you so much. Really, really nice. So, Whiskey out for Golf traffic. Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy. Back taxiing now, runway 16 to vacate at Delta. Whiskey Alpha Golf traffic. Good. It is really, really nice. Thank you so much for it. I mean, it beats Volanta, which now I can uninstall Volanta again. Alright. Let's see if Newsky is going to bash us for flying a heavy in an airport that's not meant to accommodate a heavy. Alright. Flaps away now. Speed brake away. Keep the landing lights on for right now. It's not this one that we get to vacate at, it is the next one. We get to vacate all the way down here. All the way down here at Delta. For hopefully some ever so slightly bigger gates. Yeah, no, it's like, well, and even then, it's like the only resources that, that's what I was thinking, but we'd already set up for it, and I didn't realize the winds were as not ideal as they were on the, until we were established, so, we're the only ones flying into this airport, so it's fine, though. But yeah, I agree with you, retired BC 503. I completely agree with you. Alright. Actually, the winds were in a much more ideal position, but whatever. Tailwind landing it every once in a while doesn't hurt. And we still did a pretty decent job with that landing. Wasn't the smoothest landing ever, but still not horrendous. Whiskey Alpha Golf traffic, Speedbird 35 Papa Heavy is now vacated runway 3416. Whiskey Alpha Golf traffic. Alright. Let's take Delta 1, it appears. And find out if we're actually able to park. Don't know if we are actually able to. Let's see here. Pull up a bit more. That'll work. What does Newsky say about this flight? Oh, first off, I don't get an APU. I'm an idiot. Whatever. Alright, APU on. Let me turn off lights on. Or off, taxi lights off. Alright, what did Newsky have to say about this? What did Newsky say about this? Close flight. 9.35. Alright, average touchdown. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought it would be. Though I'm surprised it didn't ding us for crossing that runway with no strobies on. Holy, we made $46,000 for the virtual airline. So, alright, well. Anyway, I am going to hop on with Linus now. thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a bit of an idiotic day on my end, so yeah, whatever. We can get into engine failures. It's been a bit of a chaotic day, so anyway, that's gonna do it for me for today, and I will see you all tonight, actually, in a proper A350 flight to Heathrow. So long.